I call the Liberty Elementary School District Governing Board regular meeting to order. It's 5:30 p.m. on Monday, February 9th, 2026. We're at the Jerry Rovey District Office. We have 5 board members present: Board Member Todd, Board Member Kenyon, Board Member Zimmerman, Vice President Cirancione, and myself, Board Member Schmidt. We'll move on to item 1.2, the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led tonight by a group of students from Liberty. If you'd like to come up. You guys ready? Want to start? Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, makes me from the flag. Face me, you guys. Turn around, your picture. Turn around, buddy. Turn around, face me, so you get your picture. And in there too, yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. All right. Moving on to item 1.3, approval of the regular agenda form.
I make a motion to approve the regular agenda form consistent with Board Policy 1-302 and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which this agenda may be inconsistent.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I'll take a vote. Member Todd,
Aye.
Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Members Cirancione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed 5-0. Moving on to 2.1, attendance enrollment reports and school newsletters. We have Miss May. Do we have any questions or comments about the reports or newsletters?
I just have a couple.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If we could pull up the homeroom count, please. Again, I appreciate the work that goes into it. It's very helpful for us to see this month to month. And I appreciate, again, I'm not sure if I said it last month, for you adding the class size targets so that everybody, including the public, can see, how close we are to meeting those. So I think, as we continue to work on staffing, that's just really important that we look at both the blue and the red. And try to make it as equitable as possible, because I'm just going to take kindergarten for an example year. We have some kindergarten classes sitting at 15 or 16 and some sitting at 25. And I know that kids don't come in nice little 20 people groups, but anything we can do to make it equitable, across our campuses, I think, we should always work towards. And, obviously the principals, know their schools the best and can advocate for the needs of their campuses, while also obviously adhering to these class size targets that the voters essentially approved in the override. So I just think it's so important that we make sure we honor our word to our voters. And then for enrollment, I just want to be fair and say that we did gain 22 kids this month, which is awesome. So it's the first time we've had an increase in enrollment all year. So obviously we're still down from the previous year, but it is trending in a better direction. So that was great to see this month. I did notice that there weren't attendance files. So if maybe you could just attach them in the board update for this week so that we can have them for January's attendance reports. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay. Moving on to item 2.2, the LES. Okay. No, you're good. The LESD Spelling Bee winners, Miss Michelle May, our interim superintendent.
How about now? Good. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board and community. Do we have any spelling bee winners in our audience tonight? Great. Come on up. We'd like to welcome you to the front. It was my honor and privilege to serve as a district. We got more. Keep coming. Come on up. As a judge on January 22nd, along with President Schmidt and Ms. Holden and Daniil, led by District Spelling Bee District Coordinator Sean Gerasi. So we invited all of them to come today, but you know, sometimes it's hard to get here for an evening. So we just want to recognize your accomplishments. We're so proud of you guys. Thank you for being winners. We would like for you to stand right here in the middle, and I'm going to ask our board to come join them and to get a picture. There was the regional championship that was this last Saturday at Yonker High School, and our two district champions, Oak Overton and Lali Martinez. They actually went to the fourth round. So we're really proud of our Liberty Elementary School District students. So please help me thank them. Round of applause. We want to get some pictures, and we thank you for your hard work. Great. Thank you so much. Oh, more pictures, more pictures. Great. Thank you so much. You can go back with your parents and feel free to stay the duration of the board meeting, but you guys are welcome to go at any time. Also want to just give a shout out to Miss Murray. Thank you for inviting your kinder and first grade students to lead our Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming and for the excellent job that you did during the spelling bee. Okay, moving on to item 2.3, the monthly budget report for January 2026. Questions from the board? No questions? Okay. Then we will move on to our next agenda item, which is 3.1, governing board updates. We will start with board member Todd.
I just wanted to congratulate our district participants that participated in the bus rodeo that the state does each year. They had it this past Saturday, and it was a little early this year. I found out about the day before I tried to get down there. I showed up just as it was ending. It ended about 2.5 hours earlier than normal, but we did have participants. Our bus drivers always do a great job down there, and really wanted to thank them. Along the lines, on a little more serious note, I received another phone call today from Dr. Mahorn. She asked that I share this with the staff and the public. She obviously has been absent for a while. Dr. Mahorn has suffered several very serious medical conditions. She's currently in the hospital again. She's thinking about everybody and hopes to be able to return, but she has had quite a bout since I got to her about almost 2 months ago now, I think. Got her to the hospital, and she's been in and out with a couple surgeries and very serious medical conditions. So if you'll keep her in her thoughts and prayers, I know she's thinking about you guys. She calls, asks for updates, and is always thinking, but she's gone through quite a bit recently. So hopefully that clears up. If anybody was wondering where she's been, that's what it is. She's still gonna be out for a while. She wants to be back. That's all I have.
Mr. Kenyon?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to congratulate the bus rodeo participants as well. It's always fun to watch them get out there and show their stuff and compete against other districts, and it's a lot of fun, and it's good for them as well, kind of team building. And I did want to thank Miss Murray and Principal Murray and Miss Pesky for allowing their kids to come. That was wonderful. It's always great, and I think, you know, us as a board, we probably don't always agree on everything, but I think we all have such a thrill when these kids get in front of us, the spelling bee winners, the kids helping. And so anytime we can get our kids in front and kind of show them off, that's a wonderful thing. So thank you.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Thank you. I was able to attend a little celebration for Mrs. Sheasley for her national board certification. 2 people came from the organization, I guess, to kind of present her. So that was really special, and in front of her students, and it was a surprise. So that was like extra fun when you can surprise somebody. So that was really fun to be a part of. And I just wanted to encourage the community as we embark on the major part of the permanent superintendent search, as things are available for you to participate in and potentially meet candidates. I would very much encourage you to do so, because it's important to me that we represent your voices in this choice. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Cirincione?
Yes, I also actually want to ask the community to keep an eye out. The weather's actually really nice right now to spend time outside, and there's been a lot of incidents with vehicles and pedestrians. You see these kids are flying out on the road on these electric bikes, and I'm all for that. I love seeing everybody outside having fun, because I used to do stuff like that all the time as a kid. I almost hit somebody because they just blew right through the light on the crosswalk when I had the green light. And luckily I seen them stop in time. So if you guys can talk to your students, talk to your family members, just remind them that they might think they're invisible because they have a helmet or something on, but that truck's going to hurt, that car's going to hurt. And same thing, take that extra time if you're in the vehicle, look both ways a couple times, because those people come flying, and the helmets, please wear them. They do save your lives. And if you're in the vehicles, take a look a couple times, because those kids will fly out of nowhere, and then it just takes a split second to change everybody's lives. That's all I have.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate what Vice President Cirincione said. We had a couple incidents at school campuses a couple of weeks ago between cars and students and pedestrians. Super scary, multiple incidents in the same week. So slow down. If you're doing pickups and drop-offs, it's not that urgent. The kids' lives are always more important than the 30 seconds it saves you to go a little bit faster. And if you hit someone, you're going to be way behind where you were anyways. So please be aware. On a lighter note, I was able to be one of the judges for the spelling bee, which was super fun, seeing all of our students who qualified come and get up in front of the whole room of people and stand in front of the panel of judges and spell these words. They did a great job. They were so poised and put together and encouraging of each other. So it was really fun to see. It was very nerve-wracking to be the judge, because I was like, I cannot mess up and like not hear them correctly, because I don't want to be the reason that they got kicked out of the spelling bee competition. So it was a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how they felt, but they all did excellent, and I was so glad to see them. And a couple of them who joined us again tonight. It was a lot of fun. So that is all that I have, and we can move on to 4.1. Public comment.
Madam President, we have 2 people speaking tonight.
All right.
First one is Ms. Canan.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Megan Canan, and I'm a proud parent of a Rainbow Valley Elementary student. I want to begin by saying that last year I stood here advocating for the renewal of our previous principal's contract because I believed in the leadership and direction of the school at the time. I care deeply about Rainbow Valley and our students, which is why I'm here again tonight. However, this year I am here for the opposite reason. I am respectfully asking that you not renew the contract of Principal Julie Lisi due to the repeated and ongoing concerns related to communication, transparency, honesty, and accountability. Throughout this school year, there have been multiple situations where information was not communicated to parents in a timely or reliable manner, particularly regarding student transportation. On more than one occasion, buses were delayed because they were reassigned to transport student athletes to games. These delays were known in advance, yet no notification was sent to families, no texts, emails, phone calls, or social media updates. Parents were left unaware where their children were when they did not arrive at home at their usual time. Transportation confirmed in writing that when buses will be late, the school is notified and that it is the school's responsibility to inform parents. Despite this, communication did not occur. This is not just an inconvenience, it's a student safety issue. I've also raised concerns multiple times that important updates should not be posted only on social media since not all families use those platforms. I was told broad communication was avoided because it did not impact all families and would create an influx of calls to the school, and that a system was being developed to notify only affected families. My response was that until that system exists, some inconvenience is necessary so families are informed, especially when communications that affect only one grade level, such as 8th grade trip information, are regularly sent through emails and texts. Communication concerns are not limited to transportation. Parents also received notice of an important student trip meeting the same day it was scheduled, leaving many families unable to attend. We later learned that the message was intended to go out weeks earlier, but did not. Again, families nearly missed critical information because of communication failures. Communication at Rainbow Valley has been inconsistent. Sometimes messages are timely, other times parents receive nothing or receive information too late to act. Communication should be proactive and reliable. When parents seek answers, we often receive conflicting explanations with responsibility shifting between departments. Leadership requires ownership and accountability when problems occur. Beyond my own experiences, I've spoken with other parents and community members, and I consistently hear the same concerns: lack of communication, lack of transparency, and information changing on who you speak with. This has created a perception within the community that leadership at the schools is not transparent and at times not honest, which has eroded trust. My child has attended Rainbow Valley since kindergarten, and this year stands out as significantly different in a negative way. Strong school leadership requires consistent communication, transparency, accountability, and prioritizing student safety and family trust. Based
Next speaker is Ms. Wold.
Hi, everybody. I'm Suzanne Wold. I live in the district, and I volunteered at Estrella Mountain Elementary since 2007. In my volunteer job, I'm a matchmaker of sorts. First, I talk with teachers about their classroom needs and the ways that they might be able to use volunteers. I take that information and I take the information that teachers give me about when and where they need volunteers, as well as how a specific volunteer activity might look. And then I build a job description. Our volunteers are parents, guardians, grandparents, and other relatives, and community members. When I meet with new volunteers, we go over all of the available volunteer slots, and then they choose what they want to do at school based on their availability, their interests, maybe what their kids are up to, and even sometimes past work experience. For example, one of our new volunteers is a former special education teacher who chose to work with us several days a week on a program that we call Drill Team. Her experience and insights are invaluable for the entire volunteer group as we work with students who have some knowledge gaps in their math skills. One of the wonderful carryovers from our volunteer group at Estrella is that these are the people who get involved in other important activities, like the Signature Program Committee. All parents and community members were invited to attend the initial Signature Program meetings and participate as committee members. And it just happens that all of the parent and community signature committee members who signed up are also active volunteers at school. We get to work with the key committee members who are our teachers from all grades, special ed all the way up to 8th grade. And this includes our, I just said that, our self-contained special ed classrooms. As a group, we've shared our time, effort, knowledge, and opinions to come up with 3 program overviews that are aligned with our overall commitment to provide world-class educational opportunities for our students. The programs are also expressions of our Australia culture and traditions. And I just feel so lucky to get to participate in the work of the signature committee with all of these amazing people who are doing so on behalf of the students and the families in our district or at our school. Thanks much.
Thank you. We can move on to the consent agenda. Item 5.1, approval of consent agenda.
Ms. Schmidt,
I'm sorry, would you like to pull anything? Sorry, yes.
Can I pull 5.3, 5.5, and 5.8?
5.3, 5.5, and 5.8.
Eight.
Thank you.
I'd also like to pull 5.4.
And 5.4. Anything else? Okay, so we have 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, and 5.8 being pulled. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, and 5.8.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We can take a vote. Board Member Todd?
Aye.
Member Kenyon?
Aye.
Member Zimmerman?
Aye.
Member Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed 5-0. And we will start with 5.3, approval of personnel action items. Ms. Zimmerman?
Yeah, I just had a question about the kind of change in assignment from the grants manager to the accountant. How many people did we interview for this position?
Members Zimmerman, President Schmidt, and members of the board, I was not directly involved in the interview, but as far as I understand, there was 4 to 5 people involved in the interview committee. Ms. Camerata, who's sitting up here, Mr. Young, and we had a few other people involved.
Okay. You know, as I looked at the job description, and again, like, you know, I'm not part of the interview committee. I don't know this person, but I looked at the job description and the resume, and there, you know, is some concern for me about the experience, and not meeting the minimum qualifications that we have listed. So I just want to clarify that was taken into account in this recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Member Zimmerman. From speaking with the interview committee, that all applicants were considered equally. They were scored on a rubric, and that was the recommendation across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about 5.3? All right. Someone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve personal action items, 5.3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll take a vote. Member Todd?
Aye.
Member Kenyon?
Aye.
Member Zimmerman?
Nay.
Vice President Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that it passed 4-1. Moving on to 5.4, approval of Westside Impact School District's Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA. Board Member Todd, this was yours.
I just had a couple of questions. One, it's 2026 now, so this is 2025, but typically this stretches far into the term of the next board, and it's usually not legal for a board to bind another board. So I'm just asking to see if we should modify this to be a shorter time frame. And what I would encourage the board to do is maybe table this until the next meeting till we can get some more clarification of it for that purpose.
Madam President, I also have a comment on this.
Yes, please go ahead.
Looking at this, I agree with Board Member Todd. This says that this contract, if signed, will go to June 30th of 2030. So that is a concern for me. I also was looking at the cost to the district. So to be a part of this, in the contract, it's $1.50 per average daily membership, basically our ADM. And that's the minimum. And at any time, they can double that cost, up to doubling that cost. So right now, looking at our ADM from last year, that's just about almost $6,500 for a year. And if they double that, you know, that's going to get close to $27,000 for the year. And so if this is a four-year contract, that's potentially up to almost $55,000 for this contract. And with the financial situation we're in as a district, I think we need to be looking at this very, very closely and what benefit it is to be a part of it, what they're doing that we can't do, because I think everything that they're providing, we can provide as a district. And I also have a question for administration, and you probably don't have the answer right now, but it'd be more for the financial department, I guess. In this contract, 21, line 21, I guess, C, it starts off by saying, for each year in which this agreement is in effect, the party shall receive their prorated share of the remaining balances from the previous fiscal year, if any, held in the accounts established pursuant to Section 17F1, or be credited for the next fiscal year. Do we know if that's, I mean, we've been a part of this for a number of years. Do we know if we've ever been credited anything that has been left? Has the district, basically everything we spent is gone? What checks and balances do we have on this? Because along with this, it talks about the fiscal agent or a fiscal board being put together, who us as a board have no say in that. So we don't have any say in how this money is spent with this IGA. So it's just concerning. It's just concerning. I have a number of concerns. I don't necessarily think that us as a district right now need to be a part of it. And I would be okay with holding off until we get some more clarifying answers. And if we are going to be a part of it, I think a shorter term is definitely warranted.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
You know, I think it would be good if we could have a legal opinion about signing a contract that locks other boards in. This board signs contracts all the time that extend way into other boards' terms. I'll just use the electric buses as an example. We got way locked into that. So I'm not sure that that is an accurate statement. And so I think a legal opinion about that in particular, to make sure that we are providing accurate information to the public, would be beneficial.
Madam President, may
Yes, please.
I don't know if you can answer this, Ms. May, but I have some questions about this too. I know they do great things, like the awards for the teacher and the principals are amazing, and they have a whole big thing. Was that GCU, I believe, last couple 2 years, I think. My question was, I know they give out grants and stuff. Do you know how many of those grants we've actually received from them?
Vice President Cercioni, members of the board, I actually just got looped into this on January 12th, looking it over. I don't have the answer to that, but we'll definitely research and get back to you with that answer.
Madam President,
Yes, please go ahead.
I'd just like to comment on Board Member Zimmerman's statement. The difference is I'm looking at this contract, I see no outs. Yes, we sign contracts on buses and many other things, but in all of those cases, the future board can take a vote to get out of those contracts. Is there a financial impact? Yes, but there is an out clause in all of those whereby those things happen. I don't see that in this one right away. I might have missed it, but I don't see that it's in here.
It's in here.
Then I just simply missed it. But I agree with Board Member Kenyon that being able to double the cost is a little bit unwieldy.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to table this until we can get more answers.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table, and we'll take a vote. Member Todd,
Aye.
Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that that passed 5-0, and that is tabled. All right, moving on to 5.5, approval of liquidated damages policy for inclusion in the trust model policy program. Ms. Zimmerman?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to pull this because, it was my agenda item that I had originally requested. And this is something that the board approved April 21st, 2025, as it is presented. It was a 3-2 vote, but this is how it was presented. And it's just important for me that if the board continues to say that the decision to waive or not waive liquidated damages is that of the board, then the board needs to be given the information to make that decision. And I think that could be included in the board update prior to the meeting with a simple, which of these criterias does it meet? I don't think we need all the details. I realize that a lot of that is protected and I respect that. But we're waiving it due to A, we're waiving it due to B, whatever it is, help us understand, right, that it is justified, that you've looked at it and how you've come to that decision to recommend it. It's still, I think, my preference, that it be up to cabinet as we had discussed at that meeting, but I don't think that that's going to change. But if this is the way it's going to go, then you need to equip the board to be educated to make appropriate decisions, in my opinion.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead. Sorry. I was
I also
reading.
had requested this be pulled. I don't think the language that was presented really is what I'm used to seeing from the district as far as legality. I guess I would just ask, has legal reviewed this, and what's legal's, and maybe Ms. May, you've talked to them about, I don't know who has, but what is their thoughts on this as it is currently worded? Because it just doesn't, the wording just doesn't seem to be proper.
Member Todd, members of the board, in speaking with legal, she too recommended that we adjust the language, that it is contrary to what she's normally sees in contract language. That was her recommendation, that we modify the language.
And this was the district's lawyer?
Yes.
Yes,
Modify the language.
So.
for contract.
If I may.
Yeah, I think a little background. So from my understanding, obviously this was before, but my understanding was that this language was brought forth by Dr. Mahorn, not through legal. So the legal team did not write this. am not entirely sure where it came from, but the district lawyer has looked at it and does agree that the language is unusual and would prefer to adjust the language, not change the intent, but to have it match what our other legal policy is in style, if that makes sense. Okay, so that was just a little bit of background for as much as I know. If you have other questions, please go ahead. I just wanted to give that little bit of background.
I guess I would just ask, if legal is saying this probably isn't the right language, why would we even bring this to the agenda to look at it if they're recommending we do something different?
The intent of it doesn't need to change. So the amount, the process, if we let them know that this is what our policy is going to be, they can adjust the wording. It can come back to us for a quick review of wording and then be approved. We're not, unless we want to change what it actually says, the intent of it. But even if we don't change the intent, they can still change the wording, and we're approving the intent. Again,
I would feel much better approving language that legal feels is
we will
correct.
also approve the language once it's written. But this was requested to be brought forth. If there was a change to the intent, we need to do that before legal writes it as well.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I understand the intent. Our board has been very vocal about transparency and getting contracts and everything before us with the actual language before we vote on it. I would be okay, again, tabling this until we get what legal thinks would be the correct verbiage here so that we can make sure it does remain the same.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
I just have a couple things. I just want it to be noted for the record that this was already approved by members of this board, this exact wording, twice, essentially. So it's interesting now that there's a concern that it's, because I voted nay originally. So I just wanted for the record to be stated that members of this board already approved this language once, actually twice, on April 15th and April 21st. The reason that I want it brought forward is now this language that was approved on April 15th and April 21st was not transferred over into the trust policy when we moved it on July 1. So this entire year, we have been approving and waiving and doing all these things with liquidated damages with no policy in place. And so I think it's vital that we have some type of policy or standard operating procedure in place so that our employees feel like they know what the expectation is, right? And that not just, there's not favoritism being played, and that's very clear about how it's waived and how it's not waived. So if we decide to table this tonight, I think it's very, very important that this language and this policy is enacted before we issue contracts. So that is very clear to our employees.
Madam President, if I may?
Go ahead.
I think the district staff are very aware of what this board has put in place and administration has put in place. I don't think we're changing anything. I don't think we're trying to be facetious in any of this. And I don't know that we have to vote on this tonight to make sure that we have this in place. The district staff know what's there. Getting the correct verbiage from legal, if that would have came before, then we would have taken that route. We didn't have that before, so we didn't go that route. So don't try to make this that this is, we're now changing things up, because we're not. The intent, as President Schmidt said, should remain the same. So with that, I would like to make a motion to table item 5.5 until we have legal review.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take a vote.
I make one comment, I'm sorry, before we vote.
Go ahead.
I just, again, for the record, if there was concern about the wording, the president at the time when this first came to the board should have sent it to legal review.
Right, we have a motion and a second to table, so we'll take a vote. Member Todd,
Aye.
Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Vice President Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that pass 5-0 to table for legal review. Moving on to 5.8, the approval ratification of expense vouchers 2628, 2629, 2630, and 2631 in the amount of $1,291,149.79. Ms. Zimmerman, I believe you asked for this to be pulled.
Yes, please. If we could pull up voucher 2628, please, and go to page 10.
Page 10.
The little part at the top. Yeah. So it is.
I think she's wanting you to go to 10 of 38.
Yeah. I feel like it's not. Oh, okay, here it is. It's PO 26820. It's a replacement of a water heater. It was just billed out of M&O, and when I submitted my questions, I just asked why we didn't bill that out of capital.
Member Zimmerman, members of the board, in speaking with our accounting department, I was assured that that change has been made earlier today. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, and that change has been made to
Okay.
correct that.
Thank you. And then if we could go to page 15, please. And so this, I just had a question about, because, there's been a lot of discussion about the EV chargers and the electric buses and stuff. And so it says, service and repairs for EV charging stations. Oh, the purchase order is $264.83. And at the last meeting, we talked about them being under warranty. So could Mr. Young just explain those costs, please?
Madam President, members of the board, the PO is for the service labor. The charges themselves are under warranty. They'll pay for the parts and all that good stuff, but we have to pay for the labor to come out and do the actual repairs.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
are those not under a year old? What's the warranty on that? That should cover parts and labor. And again, we're battling an issue where RWC and the bus company told us these were going to work. They're trying to fix their own problems. So
Correct.
I'm not comfortable that we're paying for labor for this. I'm really becoming quite irritated with the many things that RWC said they were going to do that seems to be coming back on us.
Madam President, members of the board, you're correct, Board Member Todd. There's been some back and forth with them. They tell us one thing, do something else, but we stay on constant with them, trying to get it. But they are just about, I think March is the year warranty on that.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
I don't want to get too off topic, but we are talking about these chargers here in this PO. Could we have RWC a rep come out and explain to us the problems? Maybe sit down with you and talk about the issues we've been having and maybe with Dondi as well, and what the issues are. Because if we're
Member Kenyon.
if we're paying for this, go ahead.
I know we're still on the chargers, but we're kind of getting off from the expense vouchers, which is what this agenda item is. But this would be great to add at the end when we ask for agenda topic updates and
Well,
requests.
I appreciate that, but I am talking about the payment, since Board Member Zimmerman brought it up. So since we're paying for this, it would be good that they come and explain why we're paying for it. So, appreciate that.
Madam President, members of the board, you want them to come to a board presentation, or you just want us to meet with them and find out and report back to you?
We're approving a voucher here that we're paying them for work I won't speak for the board, believe we shouldn't be paying because it should be covered under the warranty. I think it would behoove them to come and present to the board why we should continue paying these.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I would agree, but I would propose to the board that if we approve this voucher, we approve this with the exception of that payment. And I would furthermore say it's time that International Bus Company come out and cover for their representative. Their local representation doesn't seem to be in their stewards, in their best interest. So I would tender a motion that we approve this agenda topic with the exception of the payment for the electric chargers, what was that voucher number, Ms. Zimmerman?
It's 2628.
Okay, 26, well,
You want the PO?
I just want the PO. I want to hold the PO.
Okay, give me
260483.
Okay, so I would motion that we approve 5.8 with the exception of purchase order 260483. Is that correct? Or is it? I can't-
Yes, that's
yeah,
correct.
Okay. With that exception until such time that we can have a better understanding from both RWC and International. I think they both need to be present so we can have a discussion on this bus situation.
Yeah.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
My question, I don't know if to wait for that, but I'm not sure what that means since we already paid this.
Well, that always becomes the problem with the way the district pays ahead of time when we retrospectively come back and approve these. It's very much a concern of mine that the district is not pushing back on this sort of stuff. It seems like whatever happens with these buses, we just have an open checkbook. And as employees of the district who are handling this, they need to start becoming a lot more aggressive in protecting the interests of the district and holding them accountable, holding our vendors accountable to what they tell us they're going to do. So if it's already been paid, I would say I'm gonna have to withdraw my request for this or withdraw my motion. But I would say we do no more business with that bus company and with RWC until International can explain what's going on with it. That'll have to be agendized at a future meeting. I'll request that later.
Go ahead.
Okay. There is, due to legal reasons, there is something in voucher 2629 that I have a concern that was for something that occurred in the previous fiscal year. And since I wasn't able to get clarification if that is true, I'm concerned about approving 2629 without that clarification, because I believe if we are paying something that occurred in the previous fiscal year, it has to be pulled and approved separately. But to protect the liabilities of the district, I'm not going to identify specifically what it is.
So can we just table 5.8 until we get some clarification on all of this?
We can. Somebody would like to make a
I'll
motion.
make that motion. We table. Well, hang on. We got to table things. We're not holding up any payment for anything, right? It's already been paid.
Correct. They've all been paid.
So before we approve, if we have questions, we're not keeping you away from being paid. We table this 5.8 until such time we can have some better answers. We can come back and
Right. All the vouchers have been paid,
Yes.
so nothing will be held up.
I just specifically want to make sure teachers were getting paid. That's the biggest concern, teachers and staff as a
Yeah,
whole. So,
The
okay,
Payroll was 5.7.
yeah.
So do we have a motion?
I made the motion to table 5.8.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table 5.8. Board Member Todd,
Aye.
Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that 5.8 is 5-0 to table. Moving on to 6.1. The governing board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A2 to receive an update relating to the status of the performance audit follow-up of Liberty Elementary School District, the receipt and discussion of which is specifically required to be maintained as confidential by the laws of the state of Arizona. ARS 41-1279.05 exempts Arizona Auditor General working papers and other audit files from public inspection.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are we able to make the motion for both executive sessions?
That's a good question.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
I just thought it might be easier. Okay, I'll make a stab at it. Motion to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A2 to receive an update relating to the status of the performance audit follow-up of Liberty Elementary School District, the receipt and discussion of which is specifically required to be maintained as confidential by the laws of the state of Arizona, ARS 41-1279.05 exempts Arizona Auditor General working papers and other audit files from public inspection, and an executive session pursuant to ARS 431.03A1, 3, and 4 for the following purpose. 1, discussion or consideration of employment assignment appointment of interim superintendent Michelle May, and 2, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or the attorneys of the public body to consider its position regarding interim superintendent's contract and related issues.
All right, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. We'll take the vote. Board Member Todd.
Madam President, just real quick for housekeeping, because we're doing two, I would recommend for the minutes and for this, we specify specifically that this is agenda item 6.1
1
and
and 6.3. Thank you for that.
I apologize.
Okay, with that, I'll vote aye.
Thank you. Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that it passed 5-1, and we are in executive session. All of the above. reconvening the public meeting at 9:24 p.m. Item 6.5, Governing Board will discuss and consider action to approve an employment contract for interim superintendent Michelle May. Is currently not needed and no motion will be taken. Item 6.6, Signature Program Update at Loretta Zumbro Elementary with Bruce Naminsky, Principal, presenting.
I was already going to time myself. Now I am really going to time myself. So let me get up here. Thank you. President Schmidt, Vice President Sricioni, members of the Governing Board, thank you for this opportunity tonight for me to be able to come to you to speak to you about what I hope will be the first ever signature program for Loretta Zumbro Elementary School. Some of the slides that you have seen, I did for you about 4 to 5 months ago in a very introductory presentation. I have added to that, so I'll let you know what you've already seen and what I've added. When we started to talk about what our signature program needs were, we obviously agreed as a community that we wanted it to be appropriate for all learners. We are a pre-K through 6 building and soon will be 7th and 8th. So we wanted something that even our littles could work with and could manufacture and could enjoy. We wanted it to be science and inquiry based. We wanted it to be relevant to future careers, rooted in citizenship and character. Couple that I've added is we wanted to ensure that whatever we did, we could partner with local agencies, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. And then most importantly, feel very strongly about within a year, if not 2 years, making sure that this is a program that is self-sustainable. And what I mean by that is that we're not reaching out to software program companies, resource companies, vendors to make expenditures for our program. We know we need a little bit of that up front. We are going to utilize some free resources, but we want to be a self-sustaining program within a year or two so that we are not accruing an annual cost. So our process thus far was we did a parent survey back in October where we elicited responses on if families were even familiar with what signature programs were in schools, as well as some of the ideas that they wanted to see. We then had a parent forum where we discussed the 33 results that we got on the survey. I had one person there, board member Kelly Zimmerman was there. Thank you for being there. Appreciate it. We had a great meeting. At that point, I became aware that Lindsay obviously was working through her program at Estrella Mountain and that she had done staff surveys and student surveys. And so spoke with her and got some of the questions from her. Thank you, Lindsay Boris. And we sent out not only a staff survey, a student survey, but then a second parent survey capitalizing on what her responses had been from the first parent survey. We then held a second parent forum. We had 3 people this time, 2 parents and 1 teacher. I want to thank them for being there, and went through what our proposal was going to be. Then took that to our site council. We presented to that, got their questions as well. And then as recently as last Friday, I presented this in draft form to our staff so that they could all see what we had come up with. I showed this slide last time, but I'll show it again very quickly. This shows the, from 2011 to 2021, both the fastest growing degree fields and colleges and the slowest growing or negative growing degree fields. And if you look up top, you're going to see the fastest growing fields are in computer and information sciences, health professions and related, and engineering. So that we knew right there, if we're going to do a signature program, we want it to be applicable to the careers that our students are going to have in 10, 15, and 20 years down the road. So our first parent survey elicited the following results. One of our questions was, which of the following signature programs would you be interested for your child at Loretta Zumbro? And the responses we got were mixed. You can see that our highest degree of response was around engineering, computers, aerospace, and coding. We had some results from citizenship and service as well. We had a few for AI, and then we had some others as well. Of the 3 choices, we took them back in survey number 2. So I've zipped ahead from our first parent survey to our second survey. We took our top 3 choices, which were citizenship/leadership, aerospace, and engineering, and we asked them to rate their top 3 choices. And when we got those results back, the overwhelming majority of the parents that responded were for the engineering category. We had some that listed aerospace as well. And when we went to the next slide, which isn't on here, it showed us that the second most wanted choice was aerospace, and the second most wanted choice for the people who chose engineering reversed that. The ones who chose engineering, their second choice was aerospace. The ones who chose aerospace, their second choice was engineering. So those were our top two choices clearly. We did want to integrate as well what our staff felt. So again, took this very liberally from Estrella Mountain Survey. Which of the following core values do you believe most important in guiding the LZES signature program? Please check all that apply. And our staff said we want to have ones that are obviously very strong in community partnership, as well as growth mindset, and then rooted in kindness and character. Our second follow-up question to the staff was, which signature program option do you feel would be the best for LZES? We had 43% that came back with that project-based learning type mentality. We had 33% that said community leadership, 14% in science and engineering and technology, 9% in aerospace. So right there, we have our community that's given us one idea of what they want. We have our staff that comes back and to an extent has a little bit of a different vision. That's when we started to say, okay, maybe this isn't just going to be a singular program. We're not just going to do this or this or this. Maybe we need to integrate the needs. But we still need to know what our students are saying. So we asked our students what matters to you most at school. We got that information back from them. And then we said the same question we asked our staff is, which signature program idea sounds the most exciting or interesting to you? And we surveyed our 4th, 5th, and 6th graders on this. The results came back, 31% project-based learning, 27% science and engineering, and then aerospace and community leadership pretty much divided equally. So our 47 responses that we got, there was no overwhelming choice. But again, we started to integrate these things and say, all right, if we've got a community that wants engineering, both in their survey and in their feedback, we've got teachers that are looking for project-based learning activities, and we have the students that are looking for a blend of all that, let's figure out how to mold all three. So our proposal to you tonight is the ZEAL program, Z-E-A-L, the ZEAL program that stands for Zumbro Engineering and Aerospace Learning. The LZES signature program proposal is for student engineering that incorporates two main concepts: project-based learning so that students can work together across classrooms, across grade levels, collaboratively, and aerospace. We feel aerospace is important because we feel that we're going to have some really good connections with Luke. We've already reached out to Luke Air Force Base. We've had some dialogue with them. They are offering resources to us, as we're going to talk about very soon. Want to blend in what the Purple Star program is going to look like. So again, our proposal, the ZEAL program, we got a little logo for you in case you like it. That's fresh off the press. We'll tinker with it a little bit, but we want to obviously have something that we can put front and center on our website, logo somewhere on our school so that when they come in, they know exactly what we're doing. So that is our Zumbro Engineering and Aerospace Learning logo. Again, resources. What do we do to get this off the ground and to get this rolling? What you have listed here are some are free and very available resources that are on the internet that I personally have vetted and explored. They go very deep. I'm not going to go into any of these resources now because you can go down a rabbit hole very quickly, but these are a bevy of free resources that are available. We also have partnered, I have partnered at Blue Horizon with the software company Defined. Defined Learning is a K-12 platform that empowers deeper learning through career-connected, project-based experiences, standard aligned performance, task-bridge classroom content with authentic career applications. So I've used this before, and this is what we believe can at least get our signature program off the ground by partnering with Defined, especially with their STEM and engineering section, to provide our teachers with resources in that first year, 2 years at the most, before we can become self-sustained. Excited about this because I believe a culminating activity that we're going to be able to offer at Loretta Zumbro every year based on this proposal is going to be the Loretta Zumbro Student Engineering Expo. I've already put a date on it. It's probably the same night as Festival of the Arts, so I'll probably have to change it. But we are going to make this our capstone project every year. This is going to be the thing that we advertise. Families come in, see your child's performance on that student-based program, on that activity that they've done. Think of it as a very fancy science fair, but this is going to be Loretta Zumbro's big event. How I envision doing this is in the first trimester, each grade level will pick an activity that they will work on together. We will do the same thing in the second trimester, but the emphasis will be on collaboration across groups. That will be our capstone trimester, our capstone activity to show off at the Student Engineering Expo. The reason I want to do the Engineering Expo around that time is every year at the very end of March, the Arizona Science and Engineering Fair is held. It's the state's premier event for K through 12 student science and engineering projects. It's managed by the Arizona Science Center. I don't know if any of you are familiar with it, have ever attended it, but it's a big deal. And if we can take some of our exemplar projects that are created in that second trimester and submit them, I would love to have some of our Zumbro students admitted to the International Science and Engineering Fair. I think that would be great for them, great for our school, and great for our district. Sorry, mouth is getting a little dry. Finally, and I mentioned this at the last meeting that I spoke with, and this is separate from our signature program. I want to be very clear, this is not associated with our signature program, but it's also something that we are pursuing. The Arizona Purple Star Schools honors a school's dedication to supporting students and families connected to our nation's armed forces. Designated schools recognize military families' unique challenges during duty assignment changes or separation and are committed to providing vital transition support to military-connected students. This is something that I would like to pursue for our school. There is training that I would have to be a part of. There are some seminars that I would have to take in order to receive this designation, but it's a designation that we are pursuing in addition to our signature program, which aligns with our vision of supporting Luke Air Force Base and them supporting us as well. I do believe at the next governing board meeting in March, we have arranged for a speaker from Purple Star to come out and speak to the governing board more about that program so that you can know more about what we may be able to pursue. So thank you for your patience as I stumbled through those last few slides. I am open to all of your questions that you have.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
Yeah, not so much a question. I'm just thrilled that you, this presentation, thank you for those who are involved. I want to thank them. It's great to see, obviously, yes, go for that Purple Star. That's going to be an awesome program. And I think those schools that have that set themselves apart, especially for military families. And so it'll be not just a good draw for those families that are here looking for somebody to help their kids during that transition, but it's a great thing for our district. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And then the ZEAL program sounds great. Look forward to seeing the presentations and all the different activities that the kids come up with. I think it's wonderful that that's the focus of the Zumbro School. It's gonna be great. It's gonna do some great things, and so I'm very supportive of it. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions. Did you have a committee that you formed to, develop a signature program?
An actual committee that met? We did not have a committee that met.
Okay. So when you use the word like we, oftentimes, who are you referring to there?
Teachers that I worked with, the two parents that we had as well, assistant principal, people within the circle of Zumbro that we spoke with. We spoke with our teachers during staff meetings and said, we're looking at this, we're looking at this, we're looking at this. What do you think? So we came to some consensus building on that. We is basically my fancy way of making sure it wasn't just seen that it was just me doing this, because it wasn't.
Okay. And so that just kind of happened sporadically then, those kinds of conversations?
Yes.
Okay. So at the end, when you kind of decide to, kind of go the engineering route, was that kind of final decision made by you?
Ultimately, it was.
Okay. And you know, I noticed that you changed the presentation today and added the name and stuff like that. How did you come up with the name?
The name, I was walking around recess duty at 12:35 and it popped in my head and I said, let's run with Zeal.
Okay.
So that's how I came up with it. We did not have a fancy name for it. I was asked to add a slide that added a little more information, and I said, "What's Zeal sounds good." Bounced it off a couple of people, and that's what we went with.
Okay. You know, I think, you know, I like it, but of course, I'm a little bit concerned personally with the lack of, you know, parent involvement and staff involvement, you know, you know, I appreciate that you put out surveys and things like that, but
I was disappointed. We did 2 open invites that were sent out, communicated in blasts, numerous blasts about both our first night that we were going to have in October, our second night that we were going to have in January that we did. Did not get any RSVPs on the first one. I then reached out to some select people that I knew had been volunteers at our school and asked them if they would be a part of it. Did not get any responses from them. We went for the second meeting. I had about 8 to 9 RSVPs, so I was thinking this is going to be the start, and I had 2 show up. The effort, I believe, from our school was definitely there. We just did not have the parents show up that we needed to. I'm not laying the blame on them, but
Sure.
they did not show. So we did offer 2 surveys. We did offer 2 parent forums for ones that couldn't make it. Just wasn't something that they were coming out for. So there was a lot of things that I had to do individually with some autonomy to get this off the ground, or we still would be waiting.
yeah.
So it was a struggle, but I do appreciate that feedback and looking for ways that we can figure out how can we get our families in for something like this once it's real. So it's a task that we have down there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
If I may, Ms. President.
Go ahead.
You said you've already spoke with Luke Air Force Base, right? And they're supportive of this idea. They've offered resources.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The contact that we have through Purple Star works out of Luke Air Force Base, so it's kind of working through him to via Luke. One of my plans once this is approved, is to visit the Luke Elementary School. They'd have a different program from ours, but they do have resources that are integrated from Luke Air Force Base. So I'm going to take a day visit and go over and visit Luke Elementary to see.
Do you think it's worth putting out one more message to your parents to see if they would come and give any feedback? I know you've tried. They didn't show up. The circus has to keep going. The train has to keep going. Whatever it is, the cars have to go down the road. But is it worth trying one more time with
Absolutely.
maybe, you know, whatever we can do to show them and make sure we're on the right track with them?
I will have a meeting scheduled and hopefully held by the next governing board meeting. So yes, I will get that out tomorrow and we will schedule a 3rd meeting and talk it up a little bit more with a little more clarity and maybe get some more people there. Yes.
And then along those lines, when we first talked about creating signature programs, we talked about community invites. Who from the community, outside of parents, our ultimate bosses, the taxpayer, that's really number one in the district. Did we put out any call to them to be a part?
I did not, and if I can give a simple reason, Goodyear does not adhere to anything in our building right now because we're not Goodyear, and Buckeye does not adhere to us. We're Maricopa County, so there was no one that was interested in coming out.
Okay.
So if I may.
We're still not annexed into Goodyear technically, so we're still part of Maricopa County. So yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. How do you foresee this like being folded into the curriculum?
If we are able to partner with Defined Learning, for the span of a year or two. Defined Learning has literally thousands of different projects that are under that umbrella of project-based learning that kids can work on, that kids can utilize. The software support is for them. The teachers teach it. They're trained to do that. That is what I want to do to launch the program. But as we go through, I want to evaluate each program that we do. Upon approval, if approved, this is how I envision each grade level, each trimester doing a project. Now, are those projects going to always be the same from year in, year out? I'd like them to be, but we have to build the winner projects, the projects that we get the most bang for our buck out of in year one, and make those legacy projects for that grade level so that we can begin over time, over years, to say, okay, in first grade, we're going to do the garbage disposal, parachute, who showed me the parachute tonight? The parachute, the tissue paper parachute, and such. Those are just three silly examples. But that is what students are going to know at Loretta Zumbro when you're in first grade. These are the string of projects you're going to do. We want to get that started next year, evaluate those projects, and then roll them over from year to year. So use Defined Learning for that year to get the gist or create the gist of these projects, couple that with our free resources, and really put together our own in-house engineering scrapbook. And that'll be our curriculum. That's going to take some time. That's why we're asking for a partnership with Defined Learning early on. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Ms. Schmidt,
Go ahead.
do you know what the cost is for Defined Learning?
So Defined Learning has quoted us a discounted rate of $9,120 for year one. That involves virtual training. They offered us a in-person training that cost $15,120. We said, $9,120 is what we're looking at. They do offer discounts they do offer a 20% discount if we sign by March 15th. So that would take us down to about $7,300. And they are offering multiple discounts if, besides Loretta Zumbro, another school signs up for Defined Learning. I don't know if that's in the cards, but they would give us a discount on top of that. So $9,100 if we sign by March 15th, and the $7,300 range is what they've quoted us.
Okay. And did you say that Blue Horizons already uses this?
They do. What they have offered us is a 10% discount if 2 new schools sign up.
Oh, okay.
Because I looked at that and I said, well, we would be school 2, and then it said new. So
Okay.
that's a discount.
Yeah. For the board, I think it would be important to include business services before we make any approval and, look at the budget. There's been a lot of conversation on this board about the cost of signature programs and trying to make it equitable and all of these things. So, I think, we need to, without business services here, I think it's just something that the board needs to consider if this is something that we can, approve tonight, I guess. Because if it's, the $9,000 mark, do we need to get quotes because, we're so close to the $10,000? Or maybe that's only for a service. I don't know. This is kind of like a service, I guess. So, but there's just a very specific part of this that you're looking at, right? Like a very specific unit. Like you're not going to be using all of.
No, they have and I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. They have a STEM and engineering component of Defined Learning that they are actually offering to us in the first year free of charge. It is usually a $2,500 additional component. But if we sign up, they have offered us that component for free. And that's the component that we would be centered on, is that engineering type activity. Yes.
Okay. So have you asked if you could just purchase that particular part since it's normally just an add-on?
I have not asked that question yet, and I would be happy to ask that first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Naminsky? Thank you for your presentation. Right, moving on to 6.7, signature program update at Estrella Mountain Elementary. Miss Lindsay Boras, principal, and the team.
I know they were all a little jealous of your. Should have gotten a logo. Good evening. Thank you, Governing Board President Schmidt, Vice President Cirincione, and members of the board, as well as Ms. Bay and other members of our leadership team. We deeply appreciate the opportunity of the committee to work with our school community and excited to share the thoughtful options that we are proposing tonight. They were all developed over many different meetings, and their collaboration and dedication have been invaluable in shaping the work that we will be presenting today. I just want to formally thank our committee members for their time and their thoughtful input and commitment to the work that we've done. Their diverse perspectives and collaborative approach helped shape a clear student-centered recommendation for you this evening, and we are definitely grateful for the extra hours and care that they invested. We worked over 8 separate Tuesdays, and then some work on the back end of that too. So I have several of them behind me tonight, and some of them will be presenting as well. So we have a parent that'll be presenting and a couple of teachers. So I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say at the end of our presentation. We are going to start with the committee work, and I'm going to ask Mr. Joyce and Ms. Horn to come on up.
Good evening, members of the board. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. This was a really collaborative process. She just showed the committee. I'm not even a formal member of the committee because I had another Tuesday commitment, but I would float in and out, and I got the opportunity to attend several of the committee meetings. And it was a really collaborative process. It sort of reminds me of when we were doing a lot of work as a district to kind of define what our professional learning communities would look like. And so we started with a consensus building activity. So what we had at the first meeting that went into the first couple of meetings was some guiding questions. And so members of the committee and then other people such as myself that were attending got the opportunity to do a brainstorm. We talked about things like what we value the most, what our ideal signature program would look like, what should daily learning experiences in the classroom reflect, how can we celebrate and involve our community in the process. So that's where we started. It was an extremely collaborative process, as I mentioned. So you saw the committee members. We had people in the meetings that ranged from certified staff, teachers, we had classified staff members, we had administration, we had a number of parents, we had people that are really involved in our PTO, we had other parents, we had Cougar volunteer representatives there. The students were represented throughout this process by various student surveys that they took, and I know in my classroom they were really excited to have the chance to weigh in and provide input. So I just thought the process itself is definitely reflective of a number of different voices. So we're here with some different ideas because we kind of have some various directions based on all of the input that we gathered up together, and we can still go in a few different directions. But all of those different directions, I think, are part of an end process that really involved a lot of different input from all stakeholders.
Certainly, I will reiterate that this was an organized process, and the intent was to use that stakeholder data to verify that we were on the right track. When we finalized these choices, we were adding words that resonated well as taking out the words that just, this is not the moment for those types of topics and ideas. So quite a lot of work went into what you're actually reading in these bullet points. I want to mention that being in the room with a bunch of brainstorming teachers, working on student engagement was something that I have not experienced before, and that was very incredible. This crew is ready for the next phase, regardless of what choice we're gonna go with here. So I'm excited about that. And then I want to just be a voice for the student data, because the first part of this process is making sure that we get this foundational, the core values nailed. And there was some the student engagement question, what do you enjoy doing most at your school? The overwhelming answers that did not include technology and digital projects were working together with groups, outdoor learning, and hands-on activities, building, creating, and experimenting. And I think that if there's some strategic alignment with how you want to make the decision, I think those are really good points to take from our data.
So this slide here is, it should hopefully be familiar. It's the same survey data that I had presented back in December. And so I just wanted you to be able to still have access to that as we continue to go through these following slides, which we will be starting with one of my teachers, Miss Painter, I believe is my first one up, and she'll presenting one of the program ideas that the committee came up with.
All right, thank you. I am presenting the EDGE program. You'll be hearing 3 different proposals tonight, and one is the EDGE program. This stands for Empower, Discover, Grow, and Engagement. The mission statement for the EDGE program is, at Estrella Mountain Elementary, our mission is to empower every student to grow, explore, and connect through personalized learning and a supportive environment, fostering discovery, belonging, and readiness for a changing world. The mission statement of this program the vision statement of this program would be, the EDGE program imagines a school community where every student feels curious, confident, and connected. We want all learners to discover new interests, grow their skills, and work together to make a positive place for all. Sorry, this is new to me. Okay, and then each program has an outlined framework. So this would be the framework for the EDGE program, and I'm not going to read it for you. You guys can look at that, but I'll speak a little bit to this outline. So the EDGE program meets students where they are and prepares them for where they're going through personalized, data-driven learning. Students engage in project-based, inquiry-driven experiences that build critical thinking, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. By emphasizing student voice, real-world application, and community connection, EDGE delivers rigorous academics while preparing students for success and beyond the classroom.
Sorry, I'm a little giddy. The second program we have for you this evening is Real, Relevant, Engaging, Authentic Learning. Again, we came up with a mission statement and a vision statement for that. So I will not read that to you. You guys can read that, but I will just give a little side note that our names changed over time. And I think Ms. Horn hit the nail on the head with when you're in a room with very bright educators that want what's best for kids. The consensus doesn't always come very easy. So these names took a really long time to come up with. So you'll kind of see a theme as you go through. With Real, this slide here is just going to highlight how the program would connect to our rigorous academics that we already have at Estrella and the real world learning that we wanted to uphold. The instruction with standards aligned and grounded in authentic real life applications for our students. And then we would intentionally build growth mindset and problem solving through perseverance, reflection, and strategic thinking, which circles back to ensuring that students are goal setting, which is a standard within Liberty. Learning is strengthened through partnerships with families and community organizations. And then our students would engage in purposeful collaboration across all grade levels. We would also prioritize leadership and student agency by providing opportunities for students to lead, make decisions, and contribute meaningful to their school community, which are all things that we are currently doing, but this would be at a different level and focus. And I would like to invite Ms. Hegedus, a 5th grade teacher.
The cultivators of innovation. Their mission and vision statements. Mission statement will prepare students for their future by building strong academic foundations while developing knowledge, skills, character, and a spirit of innovation. Our vision statement envisions a learning community where strong academic foundations are built through growth mindset, goal setting, readiness to learn, teamwork, and the celebration of shared success. And our potential framework for this is to build strong academic foundations by building core knowledge and skills, prioritize innovation, AI and technology integration by using age-appropriate technology and AI tools to enhance learning, creativity, and problem solving. Cultivate a growth mindset and goal setting by reflection and encouraging perseverance in daily learning. Create collaboration and teamwork with purposeful opportunities for students to work together and communicate effectively. And develop independence, ability, and readiness to learn skills.
So now we would like to talk to you with the how. How would we roll these programs out depending on which way the board goes this evening? So our first year for 26-27, we would like to do a launch with a phased soft rollout to introduce the key components and gather feedback from the staff, students, and families as we're launching it out. We would schedule dedicated planning time to provide targeted professional development to our staff. We want them to be supported and feel like they can start this on day one. We would also ensure that we develop a clear program framework, including structure, expectations, implementation supports, and alignment to our campus goals and our student outcomes. Once the school year is coming to an end, we would want to be sure that we collect baseline data to establish the starting points for student outcomes and program effectiveness for the following school year, which would be the 27-28 school year. And that would be our year that we would broaden our implementation across the additional grade levels in classrooms. Curriculum would be refined using year one data, adjusting lessons and supports. We would establish our partnerships and funding streams to build the community collaborations and secure sustainable resources, much like what Mr. Naminsky said. We want this to be sustainable without having to come to the board to ask for funding or our PTO and things like that. So we're hoping to have something that is sustainable. And then we would want to implement the enrollment and marketing strategies to promote the program to families and the wider community. We are aware that IB was definitely an attention grabber for our community and for families, and so we wanted to ensure that we had a marketing process and to ensure those families still would want to come to us outside of what we're already doing. And with that, I would just like to leave you with the quote of great schools are not built by programs, they're built by people working together with purpose. And I think that my committee and those that participated in this process really emulated this. And if I could just say before you ask questions, I'm just really proud of the work that they've done. It's been a really heavy lift, and I am excited for the direction that you give us moving forward. So I stand ready for questions.
Thank you all so much. Questions from the board?
Madam President?
Go ahead.
Thank you all for this. Thank you for everybody who's been involved. I know it's not an easy task, and especially when you're coming and presenting multiple. So thank you for that. My, I guess, question was, can you give us like what it would look like, right? I know we had highlights of what it should result in, but what would be a project or something that we can kind of visualize?
I would say that it would look a little different depending on each of the programs. The goal for all of us, as we were doing a lot of the talking, was to still try to replicate some of the things we were doing within IB. So perhaps in fifth grade, still having that culminating activity of what have you learned and maybe took leadership in kindergarten through 5th grade. In that 6th, 7th, and 8th grade component, the big thing for our 8th grade teachers and our kids was they did not want to give up their community service project. So that would definitely be built in and intertwined within the units that we would create over time. I think it just is going to depend on which, like if is it the innovation one, is it more the real, or is it the edge? Because it'll look different, but yet the same at the end of the day. Kids projects, kids working together, showing what they know, what they're passionate about.
Yeah, thank you. With just the presentations that you guys give tonight, just for the board, I really like the innovation one myself, but we can have that discussion. Thank you.
Of course.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, one of my questions was like, what would the culminating event be? And so that was answered. So if you had to choose one program, which one do you prefer?
I can't answer that for myself, but I did do a staff survey
Okay.
and a
I don't
student
wanna put you
survey.
on the
So can
spot.
I give you those?
Yes.
Okay, so students, we surveyed 5th through 8th grade. So out of 178 students that responded to the survey, their top choice was Edge, and then right behind it was Real. And then for my staff, all staff did respond, and their first choice is Real, and right behind it is the Cultivators of Innovation. So if you think about the programs and you think about that initial survey, it definitely mirrors what they were wanting on both sides. When I go through and read the students' comments on why they think they would like Edge or Real, I think they would be actually fine with either because they say the same things. I think it's just the whichever one they were doing.
You said it was a close.
Very close.
And then I guess my last question was, how would you determine if it was successful?
Well, the first thing would be as long as my students are still learning and growing based on our state standards. So that's first and foremost. The second piece would be whatever their culminating activity is, and are they showing that they have the ability to go out into the world and be good humans and spread what they're learning with others around them.
Thank you so much. You can tell you guys put a lot of work in this, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
thank you for your time, and to all your staff. It's great to see your committee show up and be there, and you guys have a very tight-knit community down there. A couple questions I have, and just trying to formulate my questions, and these guys here beat me to it a little bit, but I guess a couple things. Your committee met, and because your committee actually met and is making an advisory to the board, I just want to make sure that we have copies of the minutes and all that sort of stuff, so we don't have any problems there.
Yes.
So okay, so as long as we have that, that's great. How do you, as we look at kind of the board Vice President Ciricione's question about how do you judge this? If I'm being very candid, I don't feel like there's a core plan with these. They are all very similar. I can see, you've got overlapping, but I don't see the full substance of how this comes together. And then I guess what I would ask though is if we're looking, if we're tied into one of these, the Estrella campus is actually, from our last board report, is the only school in our district that has actually gone down the last 4 years, has downtrended. So do you think, so that tells me that the IB program might not have been working real great, because all of our other schools have come up, maybe gone down, come back up. Estrella has consistently gone down every year over the last 4 years, if I understood that the board update properly, and I'm pretty sure I did because I talked with staff about it. Which one of these do you think would help upright that trend? Because downward trends are concerning, and they're a challenge for schools these days. I know it's hard. You're competing with everything, gaming and after-school activities and sports and all the things that go on in families these days and in kids. But we got to stop that ahead of time. We got to get ahead of it and stop it. So do you think one of these programs would be better to help bring that up? Do you think they all would? How would we look at that?
I'll answer as your guys' leader, but then I'm going to lean in to see if they see something different. I think if you looked at all three, the The one that is probably most academic driven, I would say, would be the REAL program, because it's more about teaching students strategies on how to not just interact with one another and those in our surrounding communities, but also staying really focused on what do I need to learn and do my best. So how do I say, I'm a fourth grader and I can't read yet. So it's that whole power of yet, and ensuring that our students know that no matter where you're at, we're going to meet you where you're at and we're going to get you where you need to be. Because not every student is going to be that straight A student, but they might be a great athlete. So how do we get them to be able to still play on the field? Or maybe we have students that are wonderful musicians, but they can't necessarily read. Well, how can we get them to read the music? And how do we help them compose what they need to do? So I don't know what you guys think, but I feel like that's the most academic driven.
Great.
And they say yay.
What resources would you use for these programs that are there? I'm very hesitant to say we're going to use anything from the IB program because I think they're going to protect that very well, and I will leave it right there. But I don't think that's a good idea. What other resources have you researched and identified that would fit these programs?
As far as resources, no, because we didn't really believe we would have much of a budget. So the goal was to do more of the professional development on teaching strategies with our teachers to ensure that they can meet the kids where they're at. I did have some conversations with Mr. Naminsky about defined learning because I did participate in a lunch and learn last spring. And I do think that there's some really good resources there to help us launch our program and to help us build out units. But I also think I have a lot of staff that's capable and willing to do the heavy lift from now until August if we need to write it ourselves. I hope I answered your question with that.
Yeah, I just have concerns. I think without some resources, to Vice President Ciricione's question, to our previous presenter, how do we tie this into the curriculum? Your staff is always very busy with all the other stuff they have going. So to try to write a program, where, you know, in Mr. Naminsky's program, he showed some ideas. They've got Luke Air Force Base. They've got some things out there. So is there anything? I guess I would like to see that come back where we have some actual resources and we can look at that to make sure that this is sustainable. Great idea. All three have great ideas, but some great ideas with no resource.
I think that our mindset, and again, I'm going to lean on them to correct me if I'm summarizing incorrectly, but the mindset when we went into this was we didn't want like a canned curriculum and a canned program. We wanted to use our state standards and our curriculum that this district has already provided and what was going to be our modality to teach those things. Much like IB in that it's that framework piece of what's one of our units, who we are. And so it wasn't, IB didn't give us anything. It was just us going about what we're already teaching in ELA and math and science and social studies to be right with the world and who we are. So I believe our goal was to continue that process and having just the way we were teaching and best practices over having an additional program like a Reading Horizons or Dreambox or something like that.
And I understand that, but my concern is the campus has downtrended in proficiency for the last 4 years.
Okay, we need to stop. We
trying to
cannot say
find out-
downtrending. They have been in A for 4 years. It is an inaccurate
It
statement.
is not.
It is.
I don't think what has been there is working well. So to what I'm concerned here is I feel like what I'm hearing, and I'm just being honest, I feel like you're saying we're going to keep doing what we've been doing. And I think we need something more than that.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to revisit when this board met on August 11th, 2025. Mr. Todd said that he only wanted to propose ideas, and once the green light from the board, then they can actually create the program. So that is what has been presented to us, is 3 different ideas. Those were Mr. Todd's words, that then they could develop the program, because we all agreed that it would be a complete unfair ask for Estrella staff to complete completely develop 3 programs. So I just want to be clear that that was done for us. And so now the board can have a discussion about the ideas, and then, as stated by Mr. Todd on the August 11th meeting, then they can fully create the program. I had a question about the EDGE. It said, it talked about different units of study. And so is that referring to, so under exploration and discovery learning, it says project-based and inquiry-driven units. Is that something, are those units that that already exist? You know what I mean? Like in ELA and math and things like that, and kind of what you had said and how you deliver those units?
Yes, and ensuring that kindergarten isn't having the same focus necessarily as second grade, and sixth grade is the same as eighth grade. So trying to be sure that we're differentiating between all of the grade bands so that you don't skip. Like for example, I'm going to steal your parachute and garbage disposal idea. I don't want first grade doing something with that and then third grade doing the exact same projects, because what are they learning from that? They're just learning. Maybe they can go a little farther with it, but we want to ensure that they're doing something different at each grade level.
Yeah. And, I apologize that I didn't say before, but I just want to thank your staff and you for the amount, and the parents and the community for the amount of time. 8 different meetings is a significant time commitment that all of you made. And so I appreciate all the work that went into this, because it is clear that, there is a different standard here. And, having to come up with 3 different programs, was a very heavy ask. And so I really appreciate that. When I looked at these, the one that stood out to me was real. I really liked the idea of the real world learning. I just think in this day and age, it's so important for our kids to be able to interact in the real world and to have an impact and to see that they can have an impact. And so the fact that it was 1 or 2 in both students and staff made me feel like, okay, like, they're in the same direction. That's where they meet. And so that's what I like. So again, thank you so much for your time and the work that went into this. I appreciate it.
I also want to commend you for the amount of time and effort that it's very obvious that was put into coming up with these programs. The first thing I wrote down was that you all met on 8 Tuesdays, which is super impressive with everyone's schedules and how busy life is. I like all 3 options. I've just been scrolling back and forth, like trying to read all of them, because I can see how all 3 of them can reach students and all students, and they can find their niche in there and have a great thing. I do agree with Board Member Zimmerman. I think real is the one that I keep coming back to. For many of the same reasons. I think real world, aligning it with real life, everything matters more when you can realize that it isn't just inside the classroom walls that you do it, but it applies to your normal life. Math matters more when you realize when you're cooking, it's all a bunch of different, we teach fractions because it's cups and things. And I just always like tying everything back to like actual work and real life. And if you can take what you learn in a classroom and apply it in real life, then you've really learned it. So that's the one that keeps coming back to me, for whatever that may be worth, but it'd be the one I would sign up for if I could choose. Thank you all so much. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
I also like real as well. I think that for the same things that have been stated here, I do want to clarify something, and I don't want to speak for him, but I believe what Board Member Todd was saying when he was talking about the downtrend, which we did see, was not significant. It was, yes, Estrella has been an A-rated school for 4 years in a row, but that has been getting close to slipping. It's not in attacking Estrella, it's in saying, hey, we need to watch this so we can push that back up, right? And so I think that there's a misconception that it's always an attack, and it's not. And so we want what's best for our kids, and best for our kids is shoot them to the moon, right? Their academics should be extremely high. So, and I would like to see that as well, right? All of our district schools should be increasing. So if we ever see it starting to slip, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just we got to reevaluate and see what we can do to help these kids and our staff, right? So with that, like I said, I'm okay with REAL. I like that program. All three programs have some good presentation. And so I don't know if we're looking for a motion right now.
I make a motion to approve REAL as the signature program for Estrella Mountain Elementary.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We can take a vote to approve REAL as the signature program for Estrella Mountain Elementary. Board Member Todd?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman?
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that passed 5-0 for REAL as the new signature program.
I am real excited, so thank you very, very much. And I just want to, I want to comment on RA because I'm very passionate about my staff and my kids. I am very well aware that we have dropped 2 points, but I'm still in the 90s. I'm still leading the district, and I cannot do that without these fine people that stand behind me and do the work. And I have to say that it is 10:20, and they all are going to be standing in front of all of your children tomorrow morning. And so I think they are due a nice round of applause because I couldn't do this work without them.
All right, thank you guys. We will move to 6.8, discussion approval of employee work calendars for SY 26-27.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yes, please go ahead.
I was just wondering, what kind of feedback, did you ask staff about these calendars and principals, and, what kind of feedback did you get?
Madam President, members of the board, we did ask, we had a calendar committee that had different representatives from across the district and also in cabinet. And it was decided because of where we are with the district, that to not make any changes and to keep everything as status quo going into next year. That was kind of the overwhelming thought from everybody as far as things didn't seem to be broken, though there's areas of improvement that we want to look at next year when the permanent superintendent comes aboard.
Okay. So who served on the calendar committee?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes on that, Member Zimmerman.
Okay.
I can get that back to you.
So did it go to TAG, the teacher advisory?
No, I was informed of TAG a few weeks ago. That was never brought to my attention until just recently. So we did form a committee of different representatives that we thought that would be valuable to have their voices, but there was no TAG that was established at the beginning of this year. So we moved forward with.
Okay. And then I noticed that the psychologists and related services doesn't work over the summer. And so I just wanted clarification about how that works with Child Find. I can't remember, do we just pay them hourly to come in for Child Find over the summer?
Madam President, members of the board, I will have to get back to you on that. I'll talk with Dr. Avila. She can give us some more information on that, and I'm happy to report back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Would anybody like to make a motion, or are we?
I make a motion to approve 6.8.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve 6.8. We'll take a vote. Board Member Todd.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that passed 5-0. We'll move on to item 6.9, discussion approval of IXL for all gifted students. Ms. May, I think you're speaking to this.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, administration has requests the governing board to approve IXL for access for all gifted students, not just MAG students. We have several unused licenses available to be used that we would like to have the opportunity and access to do so. This would be at no cost, no additional cost to the district for this school year.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
So, I had, brought this, I'd asked you about this previously, and what my concern, by only offering it to gifted students is that we have students that have completed Dreambox, right? Like they've passed all the standards and completed 8th grade, as they would say. But they may not necessarily have the label of gifted. And so to me, as a parent who waited a very, very long time to have her child tested for gifted, because I felt like it was more important that we challenge the student and not the label. And so I would be more comfortable ensuring that IXL is used for students that have aged out is not the right word for this, but have essentially completed Dreambox. Because, whether you're gifted or not, Dreambox is a differentiation method. And so personally, I think it would be more useful to use the resource for students who essentially don't have access to a differentiated instruction because they've already completed Dreambox. So I don't think it necessarily needs to deal with a label, but where the need is, I guess.
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, thank you for that. And right now, it's only approved for MAG students. So if you choose to make a motion to open that up to other students, that would be great.
Can I just ask one more question? When you say it's only been approved for MAG students, I'm just curious where that approval came from.
I'm not sure where it came from, but I know that when we looked up the approval to use IXL, it only said for MAG, for multi-age gifted, when we reviewed that.
I know that last year, students that aged out, completed, it doesn't sound right because they're not completing like a grade, but that have finished Dreambox, they were using IXL. So, okay, I'll think about a motion.
Madam President.
Go ahead.
So I don't disagree. I kind of agree with what Ms. Zimmerman's saying. However, I do think that the gifted students should get first priority. And then if there's still extra, how does it work with the licenses?
Madam President, members of the board, so currently we are only using 33 licenses and we have 125 available. So we have the opportunity to use many licenses, and I always want to make sure that we're using our resources efficiently and effectively. So I definitely would entertain to open that up to whatever students could most utilize this so we can continue to grow all of our students.
Thank you.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you have this number off the top of your head, but how many students do we have that are in the MAG program that are considered gifted?
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for that question. I do not know the exact number in MAG, but I have the number for our gifted students currently. That's 176. Specifically for MAG, I'd have to get that number back to you.
So we wouldn't have enough license for all of them. So how would you decide which gifted students would get it?
Madam President, members of the board, at that time, it would be kind of whoever has tested out of the current resources, supplemental resources that's been used, those that need more opportunities to grow and learn, like they might be stagnant at the current program, we would like to open that up for them. So we'd probably have to come together and kind of determine what that looks like. But right now we are really low on the usage, and we are, mid-February. So I would really like to begin opening that up kind of as a pilot for this spring. Let's see what happens. And if we have an abundant use, then I will come back to the governing board with options for us for future use.
I'm going to take a stab at a motion. A motion to expand IXL access from MAG classrooms to all students who have completed Dreambox.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and you have the motion, you're good? Okay, we can take a vote. Board Member Todd.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that that passed 5-0 for the expansion of IXL. All right, moving on to 6.10, discussion approval of Achieve 3000 for second grade students. Ms. May, also you.
Yes, thank you. Madam President, members of the board, administration is requesting your approval to allow second grade students in Liberty Elementary School District to use Achieve 3000 this school year. It would be at no cost. Additional cost this year would be, again, kind of a pilot program. Currently, we have Achieve 3000 and we are in a 3-year contract for grades 3 through 8. We're in year 2 of that agreement. And again, we would like to pilot the program for second grade students, again, at no cost for the remainder of the school year.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
When you say no cost this year, it's not going to tie us into a cost next year, is it?
Madam President, members of the board, that's correct. We are just piloting at this time. We're not going into an agreement. It's just that currently the board has only approved 3 through 8. We'd like to kind of see if that gives us some bump and gets them prepared and really ready to effectively use it at 3rd grade. If we decide that this is an effective program, then I will come back to you. I've already reached out to Achieve 3000. What does that look like for us next year? I have a quote from them, but I'd like to first see, is it going to be, effective and used the way we want it to be used this year?
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
So if you've reached out to them for a quote for next year, are they in agreement that it's going to be at no cost this year?
Madam President, members of the board, it really was just, we wanted to get ahead of it just in case. I don't want to use something and pilot it for us to not be considered as a possibility. So it was just more being proactive, not that we are tied into anything.
Okay, so when we purchase Achieve 3000, is it just for the whole district? It's not tied to any grade level or number of students? Or
it's right now it's 3rd through 8th grade, but there is a part of the Achieve 3000 is available for 2nd grade. We just don't have the governing board approval to use it for 2nd grade at this time.
right, I understand. But my question is for the program and the cost. You said you reached out to Achieve 3000 to get a cost to use it for 2nd grade next year.
For next year.
Right.
Correct.
So this year, did you reach out to them? Because how are we going to have access to it if it's going to cost us next year, but it's not going to cost us this year? So did you reach out to them and they're going to offer it for free this year?
That's correct.
Okay. So it is the subscription, you want to call it, is it for a specific number of students or grade levels?
Yes, Member Zimmerman, it really was just that they're going to allow us to use it for second grade students. They're opening up, so it's not really a number of licenses. They're just going to make it available for our second grade students.
Okay, and our current contract with them says third grade.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Any other questions about Achieve 3000?
I just have one.
Go ahead.
Are the second grade teachers and the staff and the principals, are they wanting for the second graders to use this?
Yeah, Vice President Cercioni, yes, that's correct. I have been approached and they are requesting that. We have some combo classes that's getting hard for just the third grade students to use it, but not the second grade students. I've had administration reach out to me requesting this.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
As long as we know that this is just for this year, this motion, I don't want it to roll over, right? Because I guess it would just be for this current year, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So with that, I would make a motion to approve Achieve 3000 for second grade students for this current school year.
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve Achieve 3000 for second grade students for the current school year. And a second. We can take a vote. Member Todd?
Aye.
Member Kenyon?
Aye.
Member Zimmerman?
Aye.
Member Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that that passed 5-0. Moving on to 611, discussion of approval of new approval, of new stipends. Ms. May, I believe this is you.
Yes, thank you, Madam President and members of the board. Administration is seeking approval for the following new stipends. The Spelling Bee Coordinator, this is for this school year. Previously, this was held within the Ed Services Department when there were 7 people staffed in that department, now down to 3. Mr. Sean Gerasi reached out to me at the beginning of the school year and just said, is anybody doing this? And he picked that up. So this is inconsistent, the cost with our Math Challenge District Coordinator. It is the same. So that is for the Spelling Bee Coordinator. The second one is for District Athletic Director, $3,600 for the remainder of this fiscal year. This is kind of in lieu of Dr. Mahorn's absence, as she previously was overseeing the athletic department, but within her absence, we feel the tremendous need for somebody to take the reins on this.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so, that was my question, is who is the current district athletic director? And so,
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, currently that responsibility falls within Dr. Mahorn's roles and responsibility.
okay. And so, what would the responsibilities be of this person? Because, it's not defined here. So what are the, because essentially we basically have one season left of sports, right? We are finishing the 3rd season. We're going to go into playoffs here next week. And then we just have one season left. So what specific things? I think it's important, it's a pretty significant stipend. And so you're saying that this $3,600 would essentially be for one season? This isn't the full year?
Madam President, members of the board, yes, that's correct. It is for the remainder of the semester. And the responsibilities would be similar, but with enhancements, I guess, from the site coordinator. So we really need somebody to contact the referees, to organize, make sure that our tournaments are scheduled appropriately, that the correct teams are playing. There was a lot of confusion at the beginning of the school year. So just managing that, overseeing that. In addition, we have had recently some problems with some of the parents and spectators at sporting events. We need to get some consistency there, so we will be working on really how to help support our athletics and make sure that things are running smoothly. There isn't a contact person at this point when there are problems, or as we can be proactive and get in front of things. There's been situations like soccer nets and different things like that that we just need to have somebody, the contact person, to really manage and oversee in a professional manner.
Sure. So when I multiply this number times 4 for, an entire year, it's a $14,000 stipend, $14,400, which to me feels like a very significant amount. Our schools that do have athletic directors are getting $900 a season, which is $3,600 for the year. And while I can respect that, we need somebody to fulfill this role, I feel like a lot of things are currently in place. The schedules are already made, all of these things. I'm just not sure, again, without having really looked at the budget, whether this is and without kind of a description, right? Because when you say that there's been problems with spectators, and, I was present for one, the district athletic director isn't going to be able to be at, 4 different fields. So I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to solve that problem. So I have some concerns with approving this as it is at the moment. So that's just my thoughts.
Any other comments? Additional questions?
Madam President, I would have a question. Do we currently have job descriptions for these positions?
Madam President, members of the board, so there is a job description for the site level athletic director. I asked and looked for one recently, even as of today, struggle finding that. This number came from HR. I asked them specifically what would it cost, what typically was paid out for a district athletic director. This number came directly from HR and a stipend list that they had. So this was not arbitrarily found. This was, of the past, $3,600 paid per semester. So not per season, but per semester. So that's where this number came from a stipend list from HR.
So my thoughts are, before we pay somebody any stipend, which I've asked previously that we look at how we're doing stipends as a whole, I think we need to have a job description so that we can hold that person accountable to the stipend, just like any other position. So again, I'd renew my request that we look at stipends as a whole. There's been a lot of discussion about them, and I think we need to have some expectations. I agree. The district athletic director, $3,600 for this time. It may not be high based off of all that they have to do, but I don't know that we know everything that we're expecting them to do, and I don't know if they would even know. So that would be, I think, important to do, especially for a stipend that high.
And if I could just agree, as I stated, I think we need a job description as well, because when you have a stipend this high, I would think you'd need to post this and give people equal opportunity. And how can you post something if you don't have a job description? And again, I feel like we are pretty late in the year, and, if we can, again, the schedules are made, the refs have certainly been identified for the season we're currently in. So all we're talking about next season is baseball and softball. And I don't know if Mr. Young knows if they've already been contracted, the umpires for baseball and softball. Like, are we using the same people we used last year? You know what I mean?
Members of the board.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I can't definitely answer that. I'm pretty sure they did contract them, but that's just from talking. You know,
Sure.
So I'm not real sure if they have or not.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Madam President, I'm pretty sure the contract with Top Choice Officials was for the full year of all sports.
Thank you for that.
But with that said, that's only half the battle. It's still coordinating with them on where the games are at. If anything gets changed, moved, there's a lot of coordination that goes on with school officials. So I'm not saying that this position doesn't warrant this money, but I do think we need a job description for it, and it should be competitively posted so that somebody internally can, we can get multiple applicants to apply for it. We're obviously up against a little bit of a standstill from the standpoint that we seem to be canceling off our special meetings a lot. So if we're not meeting for another month, we're going to be even deeper into the year. So if we can get a job description approved quickly and get it posted, then I guess my thoughts then was we could discuss more.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to table this until we can get a job description for these stipends.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to table. Board Member Todd.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed 5-0 to table and get job descriptions. Moving on to 6.12, discussion to conduct exit surveys of all staff and students. Mr. Todd, you requested this, and so we open it for your discussion.
Okay, I did request this. I tried many times to get district staff previously to get this on an agenda. In my opinion, we do a very poor job of finding out the whys in the district. Why are people leaving? Why are staff leaving? Why are students leaving? We never know. A lot of times we have been told, well, we have the principal talk to this teacher, see why they're leaving. I don't think that that's a real good solution to the problem, to identify the whys. I think we need to look very seriously at a third-party group to help us with some of this. I'll be honest, I think most of the surveys that come out from our district are leading and poorly written. They're not validated. So I don't think this is something we can do internally right now. I think we really need to look at what it would cost to get true exit surveys of staff and students. I would not be opposed to even recommending that we put in staff contracts that they're to participate in an exit survey prior to leaving. We have to understand why they're leaving, and it can't just be a blow up. We need to dig in. We see all the time in surveys somebody says, well, I heard this. That's not really a valid reason or situation. So we need to identify what the real problems are. And as we see enrollment decline, which is nothing out of the ordinary in any school district right now in Arizona, I know we've tried to kind of hypersensitize that here, but it's concerning by all stretch, but every district is facing this. I just think it's critical that we get true answers of why they're leaving and also where are they going to. Because if they think this isn't the place, what do they think is better? And then we can use that data to help us improve.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not in a disagreement that we need to know. I'm not sure that I think that the cost of outsourcing something like this, I think maybe that needs to become a budget interest, and the board can prioritize when we get to that point. I'm very confident in Dr. Sloat and his ability to be fair and conduct surveys. I don't think putting in the contract is necessary. I think that, is enforceable and just unnecessary. But I think it can, be a budget interest if you'd like, Mr. Todd.
I mean, we can start with a budget interest, but we have to understand, we have to know. And we've asked for years, and every time you ask why somebody's leaving, you get shoulder shrug. I don't know. They said they were going over here. It's always an answer that really means nothing. So we need to look at this, and this has been going on in this district for 20 years. We've never done good surveys. So long before anybody sat on this board, long before anybody that's on staff here was here, it's always been the same thing. Why are they leaving? I don't know. We have no idea. So we need to look at those.
Any other comments or discussion on the exit surveys? I agree that exit surveys are good to use when an employee is leaving. You can't force an employee to fill out an exit survey or participate in an exit survey. So, I think that they can be useful, but I also think that the people that are most likely to participate in an exit survey are going to be the ones with the most grievances to air, potentially. So it might be skewed. Most people who, if they have a lot to say, if you're leaving a job for a promotion, you're just like, well, I'm moving on to a new place. And that's sort of the end of your exit survey, that you're not required. We can't make it a requirement to fill out an exit survey.
Well,
I think it's fine. I'm not against them. I'm just...
Madam President, I don't think that's my problem. I don't think just sending out a survey and saying, check these boxes, filling these bubbles, that doesn't work. A true exit survey is done in an interactive way.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And
I've
they
participated in
talk
them.
to you and speak to you and kind of drill down on things. As far as making it part of a contract, it happens all over the place. Just like we put a contract together and say, you have to be here so many days. You definitely can do that. You can tie 301 money to it. You can do all sorts of things to make it a little bit more enforceable. I'm not recommending that, but you definitely can put it in a contract that the employee shall participate in an exit interview if they choose to leave. And I guess I would say more exit interview versus exit survey.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I think a part that we kind of skipped on this was the exit service for the students and the families that end up leaving the district. I think that speaks a lot too, when we can get some feedback from them. And yes, we can't force them to, but the more we get, the more idea we have of what's going on. And so, it could be the same as everywhere else in the state, but we could have our own individual issues in our district that we can put some eyes on and focus on a little bit if we can get those. Thank you.
Right. Madam President, as far as the students go, we should also track, we're going to transfer records somewhere. So in our area, we always say people are leaving, but if Luke Air Force Base does a big change and they deploy a bunch of people or they shut down a training program, we could see a large number of students in our district leave simply because the military is making a change and transferring families. On the headline, it looks like we've lost a lot of students. That's beyond our control. And that's what we're not finding out, is why are people leaving? So that's again why I think we need to take this a lot more serious and put some work into it.
Ms. Schmidt,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
think Mr. Mann might want to add something. Is that okay with you?
Oh, yes.
We are doing in response.
Thank you.
We implemented a survey. We have a unique opportunity because we have one registrar. We have one registrar for the whole district. And so that's the touch point. When students come in, they see her, she processes it, and she's got a team that works with her. And when they leave, they go through her as well. And so we implemented a exit survey. I shared it in my board update. And we have 7 different criteria that they fill out. We're tabulating that data. That's been live since the beginning of February. So if we want to outsource it, or if we want to move in a different direction, or if we want this data validated, I'd be more than happy to help with that work.
I don't know if maybe Dr. Sloat could implement that data into the DAP,
Yeah.
you know, and so that the board members could see it. I don't know. I don't know if that needs to be an agenda item. So, but it's just an idea.
I'm more than happy to take any direction from the board. I just wanted to let you know what has already been done. These 7 criteria are pretty thorough, and I've shared them in the board update, so I'll be happy to, share them again.
Thank you. Any other discussion at this point? I think this is something we can readdress as we're moving forward, maybe in our budget meetings and things where we can see what that would be. All right, we can move on to 613, discussion approval of new job description of Executive Director of Human Resources. Ms. May.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, the Executive Director of Human Resources role before you tonight is intended to address an immediate and critical operation need. The role is not the same as the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Student Services position, and it is being proposed as a time-limited, flexible solution to stabilize essential HR functions, to support our schools and staff and ensure compliance during this interim period. My recommendation reflects the urgency of the need today while preserving the board's ability to make future decisions. So administration is seeking the approval of the board for the job description and posting of the Executive Director of Human Resources.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I am in complete agreement that the district needs some immediate support in this area while Dr. Mahorn is not here. However, I do not think it's appropriate to create a job. I think what we're looking for is temporary help, which is an RFQ. We could assume that this could potentially go over $10,000 since we don't know the extent of time in which Dr. Mahorn will not be here. So what I see this as is a list of our scope of work, and that if we are planning to contract for this position, which is the next agenda item, I don't think we create a job in the district that we immediately plan to contract. I think that is an RFQ, we get quotes, and those types of things, because although they are not the exact same position, they are very similar. And so when Dr. Mahorn returns, since we don't know what that date is, I think contracted work without, hiring is more appropriate because we can be more flexible with the time frame. So if Dr. Mahorn comes back at the end of March or end of April, then that contracted work can end, right? And so we're not essentially paying 2 people to do very similar jobs. Also, when you're contracting somebody, you're not having to pay benefits and vacation and all of those things that this job would create. And I think that you may honestly get somebody in faster than having to go through the full interview process and all of that. So those are my thoughts.
Madam President,
Yes, please go ahead.
if I might ask, Ms. May, do you anticipate that this would be a carry-on position into future years, or do you think this is just to get us through till Dr. Horn returns?
Member Todd, Madam President, members of the board, that is a good question. I think at this time, we at the district are just struggling in the Human Resources Department and looking for immediate relief. It's possible with reorganization and a lot of different things that come up in the budget committee planning and future things that happen in the board and in the district, at least the job description would be approved for a possible later date. it is my wish to for the immediate relief. So however best we can do that, but this job description, could potentially be used in the future if approved. You could make a motion to not post it, but simply to approve the job description if you so moved.
Okay, my follow-up question to that is, have we looked at an IGA with a neighboring district to help us for the short time? Is there any district that might be able to help us through an IGA to get us through some HR processing and so forth?
Member Todd, Madam President, members of the board, that is a great question. I have been talking with our cabinet. This was the decision that came up in cabinet for us to move forward in this regard, but I am absolutely willing to look at any other option that we can possibly do for immediate relief.
I'm not so opposed to looking at the idea of approving a director, but if you bring in an executive director, first of all, I think we're having a hard time bringing in an executive title for the rest of the year. Also, I would think we might want to just take the executive out of that for the time being and just do a director of human resources. That puts a little more separation between this position and the assistant superintendent. But I would encourage us to maybe look at our neighboring districts and see if they might have some ability to assist us through an IGA. Or maybe they even have a person who maybe their budgets are off a little bit and they're looking for a little extra income. We can obviously we'd pay for that IGA, but get somebody on loan or part-time, something of that nature.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
I am very hesitant for us to create an administrative level position because when we approve the job description, then essentially the district could post it at any time. And that's why we haven't approved other job descriptions this school year for that purpose. And so without having any idea of what the budget looks like for next year, I am personally very uncomfortable with that. Also, I don't think that this job description is complete. It doesn't say where they'd be placed on what salary schedule they'd be using. And I think the supervised part says interim superintendent. So it's not really being written for the future. It's being written for a temporary position, which again, in my mind, is not what a job description is for. I think that is contracted work. So those are.
Any other comments or questions for further discussion?
I'd like to offer a motion if you'd be okay.
Go ahead.
I'd like to motion that we table this until our next board meeting, at which time Ms. May hopefully will be able to look this over a little bit more, look at the IGA possibility or a contracting firm as well. And then I do agree our reporting should always report to a position on an interim, and also the salary schedule would be important to have placed on here.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take the vote. Mr. Todd?
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed 5-0 to table till the next board meeting. And item 614 is the discussion approval of a contracted executive director of human resources for the 25-26 fiscal year, which is what we just went through.
I would just make a motion that we table that to
Yep.
follow up behind the other.
Perfect. Thank you. We have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Take the vote. Mr. Todd?
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that that also passed 5-0 to table, along with 613. So we can move on to 7.1, board comments or agenda topic requests. Do we have any agenda topic requests from board members?
Madam President, I have a few.
Yes, go ahead.
I would, as earlier stated, like to have a presentation by International Buses to speak to us about the plans with the chargers and the promises that were made to us previously. And I think that needs to be expedited quickly. And I would also like to talk about a resolution that we look at how we're paying for items that are still under warranty that I don't think we should be paying for. My other question is, we're paying a considerable amount of money to the Arizona Superintendent's Association, and without much of a superintendent staff, I think we should look at reevaluate our position with that. I think got one here that I can't. I think we do need to talk about approval of expenses and how we do that. It's kind of retrospective, and I think if we're not getting our staff to catch some of this sort of stuff and we've got questions, we need to look at that. So I'd request that to be brought back up and look how we're approving expenditures. Do the approval on the front end and not the back end. And then again, I'd like to ask for another update on our website and our parent communication program. We've been hearing about that now for quite a while, but I just don't know where that's going. And then we've always had school goals presented by our staff, and this year we have not seen presentations on school goals, performance, and where they're at, what their plans are, and how retrospectively how they met their goals from last year. And we're running out of time to look at that, so I'd like to ask that you expedite that. We may even need to have a special meeting, get all the principals in to just knock that out. That's usually taken a couple months to get through. That's all I have.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
I'd like to, as I mentioned at the last meeting, request a budget study session to happen ASAP so that we at least have an idea if we are going to be adding to the budget or cutting the budget. I think that we need to talk about potentially calling for an override election. This November will be year 4 for the override, and typically districts start to go out in year 4. And I would also like to see the electric bus grant application, since Mr. Todd had staff find an email from 2 years ago about the electric buses. I think it's prudent for the board to see the application.
Any other topic requests? I was also going to ask about a juice box update, so Mr. Todd beat me to that, but
Sorry.
all right. Then moving on to 8.1, upcoming board meetings. We have a meeting next Tuesday, February 17th. That is a special board meeting. We also have a special board meeting the following Monday, February 23rd. We currently have a regular board meeting scheduled for March 9th. I was going to ask to see if we could actually change that one, but we can get back to that in a second. And then we also have a special meeting scheduled on March 30th. I was going to ask about changing the March 9th to March 2nd, which I know would give us 3 weeks in a row, actually 4 weeks in a row of meetings. But I'm posing that as a question, and it can be voted yes or no or whatever we can decide, but I am posing it. I will not be here on March 9th, and I can't change that. So I'm posing to change it. It is the will of the whole board.
I'm fine with changing it.
I'm also fine. We just need to ask Mr. Moninsky, or I'm sorry, I messed his name up, Bruce, if he could reach out to that presenter and see if they're able to change.
I will if we change it. I will contact Mr. Neminsky. But I wanted to, run it by and see what other people thought first. Are there objections to changing it to the 2nd? No? Okay. I appreciate that. Then we will change that one to Monday, March 2nd, which will give us many weeks in a row together, but we should get through some things. All right. And with that, we can adjourn the meeting at 11:09.